Hello, everybody. Welcome. eHero Stratos, all is well. Thank you for asking. Cladanoia, keep on spinning. Mikey, hello to you as well. When is Decade planning to use Alt Decade? I believe he's done so already, although I don't think he's saving VODs on it or something. I don't know. There was an announcement for one use of it, but when I went to go check it out, there was only clips and no VOD. So not sure what's up with that. But yes, hello and welcome everybody. Today is in fact tournament day for the Duel Links Grand Prix. This is number 24. We will be reintroducing the use of side deck to our events for the time being because of the great evil. Just a couple more days until the release of just a day or so until the Yugo unlock event. We should theoretically get information on when the box is coming as well. Should be an earlier box than usual. Probably not all the way to the end of the month. What else we got going on? The Master Duel Stage 1 for their World Qualifiers is going on, and I played a little bit of it. My first match sure was against Kirlament in D level 1. Oh boy. Good times. So what else has been up in the world of Yu-Gi-Oh? We had the policy update for the TCG. With that came the apparent bannination of some users, including Decade. Very interesting there. I don't have too much to say on that outside of I'm kind of surprised it didn't happen sooner, if leaking was specifically the reason why, because obviously leaking has been a thing in Duel Links for years now. The only thing I think I'm particularly grateful for is that the other people involved, like the data miners, are not catching a stray because of it. I mean, not that it would probably affect them, but it would suck for people who all they're doing is trying to hype up something like a new box release in Duel Links to catch a stray. Hello, Wandering. What exactly was leaking? Okay, so this does require a bit of explanation, but in El Cid, I'll get back to you on that. So in Duel Links, typically leaks have come exclusively through what's called data mining. Data mining is looking at the game files that are on your computer and seeing what has changed from a previous version. So when we get an update to Duel Links, when they do a maintenance, typically new stuff will be added to the game. The people who do the data mining, they go in, they compare the old files to the new files, see what's changed, and that's how you get information like, oh, they've added IDs for new cards that are going to be in the upcoming box, that sort of thing. The code for skills and the like. That is how Duel Links has gotten its information for pretty much the last 5 years. Okay. What's been going on outside of that, specifically in Master Duel, is not leaking game files, although it should be noted that a lot of the game file information was leaked. Or rather, they do in Duel Links, the updates tend to come more frequent but smaller, and in Master Duel they're a little bit chunkier. They'll add a lot more at once. So when, you know, the selection pack for like 3, 4, 5 months will come out at a time. I don't think it's that. I think it's like 3 or something like that. It's like several months worth of cards will be put in at the same time, right? That's, for example, how they knew that when the Labyrinth was going to come out that they weren't getting Lady or Big Welcome, a deck that I enjoy, specifically because of the fact that they were not in the game files, and they knew that these releases came every 3 months or whatever it was. So the vast majority of the leaks in Master Duel recently have been coming from basically an insider, which is a much bigger difference than data mining. And that is how you get to this point. Now, I do find it interesting that it took as long as it did, considering how long the leaking has been going on. But it may be tied specifically to the recently updated tournament policy, which would be my guess. But yes, I do agree, leaks do keep the game fresh. Like, I don't know about you, but any company should be looking at people leaking, specifically data mining, keep in mind. Like, you should not want to go after those people. They're basically doing free advertisement for you. So I guess all I can say to that is something that was posted over in the Master Duel Meta Discord helper channel, and I pretty much agree. Abyss actors were the red line. Real. It is what it is. Real. But yes, we should be starting in just a few minutes, guys. I am gonna go ahead and get the edges out of the way. We will then get the tournament started. We will have the first matches up after that. So please do stick around. Sorry for the edges, but you guys know that's how we pay for these tournaments. Be back in a few minutes. My brother, I do not cook. I cannot cook. I am awful at cooking. My cooking devolves down to basically, can I put it into the oven, into a pot on the stove, or onto a plate in the microwave? God, I wish I could actually cook. I mean, I can, but I'm so god awful at it. The one thing I have perfected when it comes to cooking is learning the correct temperature where you can cook virtually everything at that temperature for about the same amount of time, and then it's okay. That magic number is 350 degrees at 30 minutes. Most food will be cooked. Most food won't be burnt, and it's probably cooked enough to not be dangerous. Let's go! Easy cooking. We are just a minute out from the start of the tournament. Hello, Barox. Alrighty, we have reached starting time. Let us go ahead. Double check. Thank you very much, Aaron. But as one of my favorite streamers is fond of saying, it's not my birthday. Bracket number 1, begin. Bracket number 2, begin. The tournament has begun. All right, how many people we got here? We got 10, 20, 30, 40, 45, 10, 20, 30, 40, 45. So that's 90, which I believe means 4 rounds tops 32. My thoughts on Medusa, Watcher of the Evil Eye deck for free to play. So you're talking about just Evil Eye as a deck in general? I I mean, the deck has been good in the past. I don't know how it would do now. With Dingirsu in the meta and the non-targeting send, that means that your protection effect from having the Eye of Selene isn't very good, which means that you're going to get outed pretty hard. So I'm not sure. I'd have to look at the cost of the deck. Like, you could probably still do decently with it, but I do think you would struggle in the current meta. There are other decks that I would recommend to a free-to-play player first. I mean, Lancia, yeah, that's secondary, but Lancia comes and goes. So let me just double check on this Top Cut Simulator. I'm like 99% sure. I just want to double check. 40 players, 4 rounds, top 32. That'll be 4 players at 2 and 2, so that's perfect. So we can go ahead and go over to the bracket. That's good for people. Means we'll have a slightly shorter tournament. One thing to note, we are changing it to, just want to double check, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 20, 30, 40, 45, yes. We are changing the tournament, or not tournament, I will now be uploading the top 16. It's 4 rounds, Cole. You need to be like over 96 players after drops for 5 rounds. Can you register still? Not for this event, unfortunately, my friend. The tournament has started as of about 5 minutes ago. I will get our first matchup in just a moment. Alrighty. Bring up the match dashboard. Pull 2, pull 1. So today is the return of Side Decken. I did not undertake this lightly, but by virtue of the fact that we're in a very strong tier 1 deck meta, I do want people to be able to be incentivized to play other. We already know it's a good deck, so let's be incentivizing people to maybe play other decks if they can counter Orcust with side deck cards. Have I ever thought about adding channel point redemptions? I need to know how to set that up. That's the problem, Vexnal. I've never had the opportunity to learn how to do it just because I'm so busy. It is something I would like to do, though, 100%. A suggestion, Orcustless Grand Prix. I might do something like that. You know we can just resummon that, right? Oh, Link Slayer, unironically great against a card like Compulse. If Orcust goes on too long without getting hit, I might do something like that, but Orcust is only like, what, half a month old? I think we need to chill just a little bit. But yes, I could absolutely look into doing something like that. So we take out both of the scales. We will get popped in return, however. We do have access to Harp Horror and Symbol Skeleton, so can we actually get to a play here? Battery Man Solar plus Harp Horror is combo-ish. Actually, no, it's not. It kind of is. All right, Drux, let's see what you can do with no cards in hand. Hello, Eli. Oh, wait, no, this sure is combo. We're gonna target the Orcus Nightmare for banishment when it leaves the field. Hello, Android B-Teen. Day's doing well. Woke up a lot earlier than normal, so I'm probably gonna be much more tired by the end of the tournament, but it is my day off. I enjoyed myself today, caught up on a little bit of Stellaris, which is a strategy game that I enjoy. Played a bunch of that. Then we got ready for the tournament here. Watching Galatea return the Harp Horror to deck. Not able to search for anything, though. We will go for an Dingirsu here. Sending a card to the graveyard. Likely going to be the Kulia. Any advice for dream tickets? Dream tickets, the order of operations for a dream ticket is always good staples, and then main box ultra rares for boxes you don't really want to go. Did we really send the Beautia? Interesting. Was that correct? Scaling the Cutia. Scaling the Gracia. We can just pendulum summon here. Come forth Beautia. Beautia will make it so that Dingirsu will leave the field here when destroyed. The Galatea will go to the graveyard, which we can then bring back with the symbol skeleton, getting in for 2,700 and passing it back to Drux. Yes, Molcom, it is one of my personal favorite strategy games. Gonna be able to recycle our ding here. We will destroy the Galatea. So we cannot use the Galatea to bring back the ding. Absolutely devastating. Antonio will win game number 1 off of the back of Kulia. Very nice. No, typically tickets do not, like, they go back like 4 to 6 boxes or something like that. I'd have to double check. I believe the one upcoming should go 1 box it should be like the Trickstar box, I believe. It should be the Trickstar box, I think. It'll either be it'll be Link Evolution, Stage of Trickstar, or Braver Victory, one of those. We already got a Trickstar Dream ticket, then it'll go 1 above that probably. Took you a long time to build DDD? Well, you are in luck, my friend. The DDD deck is probably going to be one of those timeless decks that you can play for a very long time in the future. Hello, Girin. Any hype for Speedroids? Absolutely. Synchros in general are probably my favorite summoning type. So any kind of synchro deck is one that I enjoy. I never actually got to play proper Trick Stars in the past, however. So it will be quite interesting to get to play them for the first time. Hello, Fan Luna. Ah, yes. Fan Luna has been talking up a lot of this, or what was it, you or Sakadetsu? I think it was you, right? Did you delete the post? Or is it just older? I guess Konami is getting into some kind of lawsuit shenanigans. Somebody posted a picture of it, and that's what I'm looking for. Maybe it was somewhere else. Elmaz, you don't have to apologize. That's perfectly fine. Hello, DD Ken. So we are going to get ourselves into a Beatrice here off of the back of 2 Dragon Roars. We're going to get sending. What are we going to send? Probably just the Harp Horror, right? Yo, what up, Whirlwind? Thank you so much for that support, my friend. Where the heck have you been? Have you not been streaming the last little bit? Or have I just somehow, I saw you streaming earlier today, but have your streams been a little reduced lately? Well, yeah, I saw you today. Were you taking a little bit of a break? Or have I just been missing you? Ah, so that day that you thought you might have gotten COVID, you did in fact get COVID. Understandable. Hopefully it wasn't too bad for you. Obviously, you seem to have hopefully recovered for the most part. Good to see you again, my friend. You return just in time for the Master Duel Worlds Qualifier. Hopefully your health will be good enough for you to play for 3 days straight and make your world qualification. Alrighty, all of that, we have filled up our graveyard. Wait, did we really send the Galatea? I mean, I guess we have Symbol Skeleton, so we can just bring back the Galatea. We have gone through 11 cards of our 30 card deck. Ah, yes. Odd Eye's very angry dragon is in fact coming. What are my expectations of the starter deck? I'll be honest with you, I don't know. And my initial expectation is it probably won't do much. However, we thought the same thing about the Dark Magician structure deck, and that deck turned out to be, while it may not be meta now, an actually good, competent deck. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe Odd Eye's very angry dragon is actually going to do something with that skill. We'll see. The fact that everyone's going to be able to get 2 copies of the structure deck for free is very nice. Ending the turn on Thunder, Duo, and Dingirsu. No interruptions here, but we have amazing follow-up. You get 1 copy for free, and then you'll be able to buy once with the gems. So, 2 free. Yes, they have said specifically that you'll get a copy of the structure deck as part of the World Championship Qualifier reward track. Not able to do anything here, unfortunately, so we are going to be able to recycle the Thunderhawk. Puts it to the bottom of the deck instead of summoning it or adding it to hand or top. Okay, must already have a Hawk available. Elmaz, if you look at their announcement for Crackdown Get Yoinkin, we're going to go ahead and steal the Dingirsu here. They said you're going to get 1 for free. Come forth, Garbage Lord. 2,000 life points, special summoning itself to the field. This might be Monster Morph Evolution or De-Evolution. Probably Evolution. Musica, get activating. We're gonna take out the Duo here. Couldn't we have waited on that? Maybe they were... Interesting timing for the activation. Activating Evolution, so this will get us into a level 6. Come forth, Chaos Betrayer. Oh, so I'm sorry. I did miss your... Oh, that really ended our turn? Oh, wow. And no coaching, but this might just be it. Kindly no Bugcat groups, please. Thank you very much. Going into a Pentastag here. Not sure why. We just want to pen summon again. Oh, we're pen summoning again. Got it. Come forth, Angelia. This is going to get us to a Coolia. I perfectly understand why we did that. Going in, no monster effects, no hand traps. Lethal. Antonio winning game number 2 in a 2-0 victory. Well done. What character am I most concerned about the release for? That's a very interesting question. Now, I think when answering this question, we want to look at what deck does that person play, right? So you listed Zark, but I don't know if that's like you could release Zark without actually releasing any of the good cards for it. So I'm not sure that's really a concern. Realistically, we should be looking at somebody that's got an actually good deck and is likely to get most of those cards. So I guess offhand, a deck that could be slightly concerning is actually unironically Lyrilisk. Just think about it. Which you can create like direct attackers, so you can just ignore the board. Either give them a direct attacker, you give them a multi-bounce. Oh my god, why is this a thing? Oh my god, Cole. Can I ban Cole right now? Oh, thank you, Eli. I will definitely check those out. I actually found one on my own independently, but I would like to watch some more. Yes, we'll get back to that question in a moment, but one thing that should be noted is that actually the Rocket decks have been starting to do a lot better recently. We had a Nova actually win the G1X with Rockets. Playing a deck list, I believe. Oh my god, there's so many decks in the stream queue. You guys are going wild. Thank you. Appreciate that. Eli, you can just call that one Gadget. All right, 2 back row. Activating Boral Launch here. Getting the field spell for free. We're going to immediately Cosmic Cyclone it. That is devastating. Quick Launch, bringing out a Rocket Tracer. Another Quick Launch, bringing out another Rocket Tracer. We're going to go into a Darkened Dragon here. Darkened gets Sending. We will Orchestrated Release. We will get Sending here. Gonna pop our Dark End so that we have a Rocket on field, setting 1 and passing. Very strong turn for Akashi there. Able to stop any push from our opponent. Nightmare Unicorn gets spinning, but it is an IDP. We're gonna go ahead and steal that Symbol Skeleton, activating the Sealed Tombs. Sealed Tombs will stop us from being able to go into Dillingerous Dragon here. Get Babustin, taking out the Unicorn. We're going to go ahead and bring back the Dingirsu. Ding gets Sending, going in for 2,600. Just going to set another back row and pass. Crackdown during the battle phase, stealing the Dingirsu. Quick Launch to the field. We're going to go ahead and bring back the Dillingerous. That is a Needle Sealing. Rocket Tracer will activate popping so that we're going to float during the end phase. Silver Rocket Dragon bringing out a Magna Rocket Dragon. Pass back to our opponent. Phantom Sky Blaster. We're going to Needle Sealing in return during the... Really, how weak is that monster? Single metal... Oh, that would be why. It is Ibly. Okay, understandable. 1 back row. We're going to use both monsters to go into a Nightmare Phoenix. Nightmare Phoenix get discarded. It is a Crackdown, so that don't matter. Get Destroying, come back. Kiteroid will stop lethal, however. Akashi still in the game. Mind Control. This will be lethal. It would have been lethal if he could attack, but you can't attack with Mind Control, and we apparently forgot that, as did I. All right, game number 1. Hey. Alrighty. We do have the breakdown. Thank you so much, Eli. Gonna actually get to use our skill here, summoning out Silver Rocket, 2 back row, and passing. Orchestrated Return, sending Harp Horror, the best card you could hope for, off of that send. Symbol Skeleton, the second best card you could hope to summon there. Galatea to the field. Ice Dragon's Prison will say no. Get that all out of here. We're gonna set 3 back row and pass. Quick launch, we'll bring out a copy of Rocket Tracer. We're going to go to battle, and apparently the back row is nothing because we'll get a quick 2-0 victory. Rockets taking it in 2. All right, let me go ahead and get this breakdown up. We'll get that command going too. Zenny YGO, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. I do appreciate you and that. M4 Reiki, thank you for the follow as well. You are too kind. Much appreciated. Duel Links Grand Prix 24 breakdown. We're going to go ahead and repost that into the channel so that I can click on the link there. We're going to grab that. Edit com breakdown. All right, let's take a quick look, guys. 90 people in today's tournament. Orchist, 24, with 2 of them being Gandora, 8 Sulfur 7 Rocket. Rocket, the 3rd most played deck today. Interesting. People hyped. I think specifically the recent tournament wins of Rockets has got people excited. Hero at 5, Trickstar 5, Chronomaly and Resonator at 4, Salamangreat at 3, DDD, Onomat, Red Eyes, S-Force, and Starry Night misspelled at 2. Thank you for that one, Eli. Cubic, Gadget, Infernoid, Madolche, Myosenju, Nekroz, Odd Eyes, Phantom Knight, Raid Raptor, Ritual Beast, God Help Us, Rose Dragon, Orcus, Synchron, TG, Thunder Dragon, Trains, Vendred, Warrock, World Chalice, and Yosenju all at 1. I really hope this room is still open. Please, God, let it be open. Let's go! Thankfully, world, the fact that you weren't here means that you missed my epic Ritual Beast rant like last tournament. Alrighty, we got BT Killer Doctor at the bottom. We've got Judai at the top. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't last one, maybe it was a tournament before. We got stuck, no. It was the last single elimination. Because that Ritual Beast player single-handedly delayed the tournament by like an hour because every single match went to time. Every single one until they were out. All right, going into Evil Swarm Nightmare here. Not very strong, but we do have just back row to work with. Taking out Boot Sector Launch to resummon Dillinger's Dragon. However, this would have been a very easy Borreload Dragon. However, we do have the Rapid Trigger, destroying both of the rockets to bring out a Borreload Furious Dragon. Because it was brought out with Rapid Trigger, it is unaffected by the activated effects of any special summoned extra deck monster. So if Ding was to be summoned from the extra deck, does nothing. Both rockets will float in the end phase. Or just the one? Was that both Magna Rockets? Phantom Sky Blaster. We're going to go ahead and stop that from summoning. Eating a Chalice in return. Furious Dragon gets pop. Needle Ceiling. Gonna wipe the entire field. But that's okay. We can just get right back into the game. Any bird up. Like, Mizu, don't tease me with that. I would absolutely love for there to be bird up. But that's not going to be for a while. Am I going to watch you, Cole? Absolutely not. You could be the final match in the round, and I'm probably just going to go watch a YouTube video of cats or something. Normal summoning Rocket Tracer, activating our skill, Boot Sector Launch, bringing out 2 more. We're going to pop one of them, bringing out a Magna Rocket. Go into the Evil Swarm Nightmare. The Silver Rocket will float, and then we will pass the turn. Just cats, just normal old cats. Evil Swarm Nightmare, and then one Book of Moon was all it took to get a scoop out of them. Hello, by the way, Brawl. Hope you are well. I'm not sure I agree that it's coin flip, Eli. Judai almost won game 1 while going second. Activating our skill, getting our free field spell here. Go forth, Evil Swarm Nightmare, and then pass turn. Phantom Sky Blaster activating. We're going to eat a warning point immediately. No token for you. 2 back row. We're going to go ahead and go into a Necro Fusion. All in the end phase, Borreload Furious Dragon. Pop one of those back row. Float. And then well, okay. DP at home. Let's go. I'm actually getting pretty impressed with what Rockets can do now. Not gonna lie. I think they may need to be seriously considered as a meta deck now. Alrighty, what else you got in the stream queue for me? Ooh, that's actually an interesting matchup. and before all of them proceed to lose badly later on. Well, again, Girin, they've already won a fairly major tournament in the G1X. So, like, no offense, but if they lose here, okay, but does that mean anything? When will round 2 start? Punk Best Deck, if you go to the Discord, if you're, I assume you have to have already been in there. If you go to the Channels and Roll tab, you can click on the new round notifications, and then we will notify you when a new round starts. There are 5 matches in Pool 1 and 2 matches in Pool 2 left. So probably like 5 to 10 minutes for the next round. All right, 2 back row, Vimana to the field. Rocket Tracer effect, we're gonna let this go through. Come forth, Dark End Dragon, gonna eat a Canadia here. Normal summoning another Silver Rocket, Malevolent Sin activating. We are gonna negate this. And then we have a Dragon's Mirror follow-up, Borreload Fusion, Warning Point. We're gonna go ahead and get poppin'. Getting in for 24. Magna Rocket will float, leaving us with 3 monsters on the board, including a pop. Crystal Bones to the field. And it's a great follow-up card. We're going to get Reduce in. However, we're going to pop and then pop as well to bring out another body. Nebra Disc to the field. We are back in the game, baby. V-Mana come forth. Technology as our last card. We're going to be able to go to battle, take out the Furious Dragon, and pass. Launch to the field. We've got the Dragon's Mirror. Incredible. We're going to attempt to pop. This will negate, but then we can just activate Malevolent Sin. Get Babustin, but it don't matter. Bring forth the Dillinger's Dragon. 4 attacks on the field. And Bismuth will win game number 1. Necrofusion or Dragon's Mirror for Rocket? I think Dragon's Mirror for the small version, Necro for the large. But who knows? That's just that's what I've noticed and what I think should be considered. Triple the back row, starting off with Nebra Disc. Crystal Skull, adding a Moai to hand. Does not activate the skill, just goes in. Afraid of like getting a Yoinky or something. We do find a monster off of the talk. Boot Scepter launch, get Babustin. Nebra Disc, another number 2, searching for a copy of Chronomaly Technology. Technology, gonna search off of the top, finding a card of our choosing between those 2. Going in, attacking, reducing. We attempt to float here, however, we will eat our side-decked, most likely, Shadow Imprisoning Mirror. Compulse, attempting to... Bro! Incredible. Attempting to Dragon's Mirror, we're going to eat a Lancia. However, we chain our Necrofusion to dodge it before the effect goes through. Cannot attack this turn, however. Would have had lethal if we could have. Crystal Bones, Nebra Disc to the field. Because we've used Nebra Disc, we cannot use our Barrage Blast here. IDP, get Yoinkin. Cannot go for the Chateau, however. Actually, we couldn't even have used it anyways because of the Shadow Imprisoning Mirror. Could not take out the Chateau with our IDP because this is, or the one we grabbed rather, is a rock and the Chateau is a machine. Yep, rock. We're going to start things off here. Tusper Rocket into Nebra Disc. This is the safest time you'll ever be able to do this play. Come Forth V Mana, a double set of the back row. Normal summoning the Rocket Tracer. Quick Launch, attempting to pop the Quick Launch. We have a Shadow Imprisoning Mirror. However, Boot Sector Launch. Gonna be able to bring out another body into the Wee Witch's Apprentice. Dragon's Mirror. Borreload Furious Dragon will be hit by a Canadia. We cannot beat over the V-Mana, unfortunately. Nebradisc to the field, grabbing a copy of Crystal Skull. Crystal Skull. Game 2, he did not have his skill because of Lancia. Oh, right! Of course! Wow, incredible. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, what an interesting side deck. And he actually won game 2, didn't he? Huh. This is the second time Lancia caused a skill. Oh, I'm sure it's happened more than that, my friend. Alrighty, Aaron at the top. Perfect Trick, otherwise known as Super Piece at the bottom. We have Onomats versus Trickstar. Gonna go through our Onomat plays here. Beatrice into the glove. Going for Dweller. Light Stage is going to activate, instantly eating a Cosmic Cyclone. No search here. Candiner to hand. Going to add a copy of Licorice. Festival will come next. That's going to go for a Crimson Heart. We're going to activate 3 effects. Draw 2, discard 1, attempting to beat over, and we will do so with enough to make sure that we cannot get cosmicked. Candiner effect, Gaga Coat, bringing back Coat back as well into the Malevolent Sin. Sin effect, get Banishing into a Utopia as well. Your back row better be incredible. Utopia the Lightning. Switcheroo, sending 1 back, drawing a card, and Needle Sealing wipe the entire board. That was a very impressive one, but now it's in the graveyard. To game number 2 we go. All right, looks like pool 2, round 2 has begun. Thank you for the notification, Eli. Appreciate you for doing that. All right, once again, we're going to go through our Onomot plays here. Onomana Para here, adding double coat. Coat to the field, bring back the glove, sister effect. Glove, bring forth the Utopic Onomatopoeia, and then we will end on just a giant hand and a Beatrice of the Eternal. Candina effect. Shouldn't we have lights? This could have been... I believe we actually misplayed here. We should have activated Light Stage first, searched for a copy of Licorice, then we could have dodged the giant hand. Trickstar Festival into the Crimson Heart. Beatrice gets sending. Crow's gonna go ahead and yoink that coat. What the Crow doing? You steal that Candiner. A second interruption. We're gonna send the Tackle Crusader, which will bounce the back row, allowing us to get back the monster, and this will just be lethal on board. Utopia the Lightning, GG easy. Eli, can you go check on this room here? They have no matches reported at 42 minutes. I'm sure it's almost done. That's Ritz versus Diate. One back row and Beatrice, all that it needed. We are going to Farfa here, knowing that we likely have Corobane in hand. Dodo draw, drawing 2, going in, taking out the Lilybell. We're going to attack in again. Corobane will allow us to beat over. Cosmic Cyclone taking out that only back row. And then it's just clean up from here. Utopia the Lightning, and it's GG from here. Lightning effect, no response to the attack, and the other attack will be lethal. Thank you very much, and have a good day, sir. When are we getting an emote of Baby Rage with Yuma's hair and a Dual Gazer? It's not a bad idea. Hello, DD194. Welcome. Somehow these duelists have gone to 45 minutes. Let's find out why. Standard Orchest opening plays here. One back row, Dingirsu and pass. We're gonna go ahead and system down here. Get countered. Warning point will stop our search here on the Senju summon. Master of Rites, Nekroz of Trishula to hand. Gonna activate the Nekroz Mirror. Come forth Trishula. Using the life point cost of system down here to get the Trishula to hand. Not bad. Able to deal 2,700. Our opponent, however, will get back into the game. Feather Wolf into Cerberus. We're going to go ahead and pop the Trishula. Going into the Nightmare Unicorn. Unicorn gets spinning. Boost up to 3,000. Dingirsu to the field. Okay, you're going to have a hell of... You're going to have exactly Valkyrus in hand. Activating sealed tombs. He can't activate Valkyrus. Cannot banish anything from the graveyard. Incredible. So that is a 2-1 for Ritz. Which means pool 1, round 2 has begun. And I am told that we have another spicy matchup for me to watch. Oh wow, you got a couple one in there, Eli. Alrighty, guys, round number 2. Our first match is going to be Reagan versus Gundam. Hello, Draft Fusion. I need voice lines. I need the full-bodied experience for this one first.
Raid Raptor Pain Lanius's effect activates from my hand. Raid Raptor Pain Lanius. By hunting me down, you've become the hunted instead. Exceed Summit.
Well, Eli, what are you talking about? Shay's English VA is actually pretty good. He's like unironically one of the better, if not one of the best English VAs in my opinion. Forstrix searching for a copy of Singing Lanius, which we can summon. Shay's voice actor unironically really got into the role. Maybe I'm wrong, But he like screams this stuff sometimes. He chews on the scenery, and I love it. I'm all for it.
Rank up magic. Rise to the sky. Rank 4 Raid Raptor Force Strix. I know what to do. I built the overlay network. Exceed summon.
Come forth, Solda. Into Giant Hand. Now keep in mind, this is going to be one of the changes from the skill. We will not lose any of these monsters because the skill change was only rank 4 Raid Raptor monsters will return. We made our Rise Falcon rank 5, so it will stay. And then this rank 4 is not a Raid Raptor, so it shall also stay. So that means we now have a back row, a negate, and another special summon negate.
Now isn't the time to let up. My turn. I draw. From my hand, I activate a quick play spell.
So we take care of the negate with a Book of Moon. Come forth, Galatea. We'll go ahead and negate that. And then our opponent just scoops. So by negating... So if I'm not mistaken... Okay, so it's still special summon. We could have returned it. Why did Rise Falcon stay? Because we increased its rank by 1 via the skill. Remember that one of the changes to the skill is that it's not going to show it here, but you can increase the rank of your Raid Raptor by 1 or 2. Well, normal summon Vanishing Lanius, instantly scoop. Let's go. Okay. What is the time it needs after opponent joins room with the duel room? I mean, you can call at like 5 minutes, hi. We don't have a specific time, but it's roughly 5 minutes. We will investigate it at that time. Just do a mod call when it's been like 5 minutes. Forgot this was Swiss. Yeah, we do one Swiss tournament a week. What's wrong with that, Mizu? All right, looks like we're not watching this match live. We will come back to that one and watch it in replay form. But it's not the WCS soon. That's like a week and change away. If not, doesn't that start in like almost 2 weeks? It's like near the end of the month, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, do we want to watch any of these? Let's try watching this one. You're in the queue. Hi, I will. But there was nobody in the room when I joined. So we will come back to you. Alrighty. We've got Shooting Star Road, an oldie but goodie. Come forth, Sohaya the Rainstorm into Stardust Dragon. Shooting Star Road puts the... That doesn't seem correct. We're not gonna clear mind on this one, I'm sorry. Come forth, the Stardust Warrior into Holly Angel. Stardust Warrior says no. Getting in for 18. Another 100 and pass the turn. Junk Converter, adding a copy of Junk Synchron. Ice Dragon's Prison is going to stop this from happening. Get out of here. Compulse on attack and back to you. Normal Summon Candina off of the top of the deck. Couldn't ask for better. And Zaga Zaga will win game number 1. To game 2. All right, Zaga Zaga will be going first this time around. Opens the Candina, can't ask for better. We're going to go Crimson Heart, activating 3 effects, gain that 2000, draw 2, discard 1, 2 back row, Cosmic Cyclone. Taking out 1 back row, MST taking out the other. That's what you risk when you give your opponent an extra card. We're going to be able to go Sohaya into Stardust Dragon. Activate Shooting Star Road. Put the tuners on the top of the deck. Come forth, Shooting Star Dragon. Activate the effect. That's 1 tuner, 2 tuners, 3 tuners. 3 tuners, 3 attacks. We're going to attack in, attack 1, attack 2, attack 3, clear the board, but still alive. Candina searching for a copy of Light Stage. Light Stage is going to be able to add a card to our hand and lock down one of those back row. Psych, because Cosmic Cyclone will take it out. A second Cosmic Cyclone. My bro, chill. So we have seen all 3 Cosmic Cyclones and a Mystical Space Typhoon. We're going to steal, banish the opponent's entire extra deck there, basically. What do we even have left? Junk Synchron into another Sohaya. Sohaya, bring back the Sohaya. Junk, oh my god, we're about to clear mind on him. Oh no. Come forth, shooting Quasar Dragon, attack, and didn't matter what you had, that's lethal. Well done, Garnet. I mean, congratulations on drawing 4 of your anti-back row. I think this was a... didn't load here. Yep. Strimmer, we're clear minded, Strimmer. Oh no. Oh no. But it don't matter. We're still in it. Activate 3 effects. You have to believe, guys. It all came down to this moment. Not like this. The feed! No more! No. His mind just wasn't clear enough. And yes, that was absolutely BM. That was absolutely BM. Zaga, if you hear this, this is an official warning. Do not BM your opponents. If you have lethal, you will finish them. You will not let them burn by drawing a card. Unacceptable. Nobody said, Eli. Nobody. Playing 1 million okay, to be fair though, Garnet's playing like 1 million MSTs, so like his opponent saw one more back row than he saw MSTs. Alrighty, we have Hi versus Artemure, the return of the Red Eyes. Quick launch to the field, bringing out Rocket Tracer, activating our skill to get the field spell. Boot Sector launch, bringing out a copy of Silver Rocket. We're going to go ahead and go into the Malevolent Sin. Surely you do not expect that back row to go through? Okay then. I guess it is gonna go through. Borreload Furious Dragon to the field, but we got the IDP. Get poppin'. Banish. Zernatron resetting the IDP. You hate to see it. And pass back to Artemure. Canadia will stop our opponent from being able to attack with the Comet Dragon. Rocket Tracer taken out by the Zernatron and pass back to our opponent. Still have to deal with that IDP, although we are clogged up now, so maybe we shouldn't have activated the Wyvern here. Come forth, Scarlight, Red Eyes Fang with Chain. Guess it doesn't matter. We are going to be able to wall up here a little bit, however. Wipe the field. Return to you, Hi. Able to fully resummon. Bruh. Do we... Wait, what? Do we really have nothing more we can do here? So let's take a look. So our extra deck is what is our extra deck here? So it's Borreload Dragon, probably the Booster Dragon. It's probably something like our rank 4 Xyz, like Evil Swarm. Probably another Borreload Fusion Dragon. They usually don't play Unicorn. If they play a Nightmare, it's like Phoenix. Resummoning the Red Eyes. How do you deck out the guy with 7 more cards in deck than you? I honestly don't know why. Hi must think that he can still win this. Somehow. Despite the fact that our opponent has an IDP. Get poppin'. Forbidden Chalice will say no. Take out the rocket tracer and pass back to hi. Finds a dragon's mirror. However, Artifact Lancia says no, that is a main decked Lancia. Allows the attack to go through. And just lets the armed dragon get returned. Okay. Turn 13, Red Eyes Roulette. Gets the fusion. Do we even have the ability to use the fusion? Usually they only play 2 copies of Red Eyes. We might play 3. We do have the IDP available to us. Attacking in 1800. IDP going for lethal. I wasn't paying attention, Dr. Stupid. Thank you. Attempts to go for lethal, but Paleozoic Canadia will put us back into the game. I lied. Necro Fusion, come forth. Borreload Furious Dragon. I shall use your own monsters against you. Game number 1.
Duel!
Okay, so where are we at? We've got Black Comet Dragon on the field. We had Quick Launch. Did we respond to this in any way? Why didn't we normal summon the rocket first? This turn is very unusual. Let's see if there's a method to Hi's madness. Activate the effect, get Bonitian, take out the Meteor Black Comet Dragon, come for the Dragon's Mirror, 2 materials in our graveyard. Question is, can we get another body on the field? Does not want to risk it. So we will simply attack, hitting the Red Eyes Baby Dragon. Gear Freeze gonna go ahead and get popping on the field spell. That's a pretty rude combo right there. Hello, ICU. Oh, this is really painful for Hi. Sacrificing to hit the back row his own Malevolent Sin. Mana Dragon Zernatron just gonna be able to reset both the Necrofusion and special summon the Zernatron. We have a Furious Dragon of our own. Gonna be able to get poppin'. And Hi unfortunately just got hard countered. Well done, Artemure.
Duel!
Ready, Dark End, get sending. Okay. Sometimes it do be like that.
Duel!
All right, setting up the orchestrated release here. We're going to be able to bring back the Harp Horror, return, go for the Dingirsu. Dingirsu get reattaching, but that means that our release is currently dead. Did any Speedroid or Odd Eyes Raging Dragon decks entered? Yes, actually, Murata, they did. They came back from the future to join our event, and so far they are absolutely dominating. Is wild. All right. Heather Wolf to the field. Come forth, Nightmare Phoenix. Phoenix get discarded. We're going to take out the field spell, but you won't take it out. I will. Symbol Skeleton, bring back Galatea. Necro Fusion. Come forth, Borreload Furious Dragon. Furious Dragon get poppin'. World Wand, bring back the Symbol Skeleton. Symbol Skeleton plus Phoenix for the Galatea. Galatea is going to go ahead and set a copy of Orchestrated Return. Return, get sendin'. Come forth, Dingirsu. Dingirsu, get sendin'. Goodbye to the Dark End Dragon. Boost up, taking out the Borreload Furious. We will, however, respond with a Necro Fusion. Come forth, Furious number 2. Triple back row. We're going to go for the Rebellion Dragon. Rebellion Dragon, get Boostin' and reducing. We're going to be able to protect ourselves with the Hollowed Life Barrier. And then a purple Mech Knight Purple Nightfall out of nowhere. Searching for a copy of Blue Sky. Blue Sky to the field, adding a copy of Red Moon. Return, get sendin'. Symbol Skeleton, bring back Dingirsu number 2, get sendin'. Chalice, however, will say no. Link all 4 off into an Longirsu. Cannot be destroyed by artifacts, so we will take out the orchestrated release. Phantom Sky Blaster. Going into a Nightmare Unicorn. Unicorn gets spinning. Harp Horror, bring out the Symbol Skeleton. World Wand, bring back. And after dismantling that board, we have Lethal. Juninho will win game number 2. Thank you for the notification, Eli. Pool 2, round 3 has begun. Brega, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate you. Gonna set the return here. Send the return. Come forth Dingirsu, double back row, and pass turn. Rocket Tracer to the field, quick launch. Tracer on the quick launch, that will fill our field up. Come forth Silver Rocket, come forth Metal Rocket, activate our skill. Gonna set the boot sector launch. Darkened Dragon to the field, warning point will say no. Boot sector launch, bring out 2 more bodies. Set 2 back row and pass the turn. Blue Sky is going to be able to search 2 here. Incredible. I don't know whether to be impressed or angry. Necrofusion, come forth, Borreload Furious Dragon. Furious Dragon, get poppin'. We will protect. Rocket Tracer effect. Into the Metal Rocket. Needle Sealing, wipe the field. White Princess, get reducing. Attack 1, attack 2, attack 3, and pass the turn. Symbol Skeleton, bring back the Galatea. Orcus Nightmare. You got it right. It was White Princess. Dingirsu, get sending. Sending the back row. It was a quick launch. So right now, Juninho, if he hadn't have been able to use 3 effects, would effectively be at 800 life points. And Ends would have been able to probably lethal with the Rocket Tracer effect. How do I feel about Skull Servants? I mean, how am I supposed to feel? It's kind of a meme. Not looking too good for Ends here, unfortunately. We will go for the Borreload Dragon, but surely that back row is something. Surely it's something. Warning point. will stop us from being able to attack this turn. We will pass. Back to you, Juninho. Fourth Nightmare Unicorn. This is all Jover. Never mind, I take it back. It's a very good top deck. Gonna be able to bring back the ding here, however. So we can send, not a lot you can do about that. Okay, one back row. There's still a chance. Boot Sector Launch gonna be able to bring back 2 cards. It all comes down to this back row. Dark Rebellion, get reducing. You're about to see a secret effect. Borreload Furious Dragon, return to the field, Borreload Dragon. To battle! He's got the hollowed again! Incredible! Silver Rocket is gonna rip that extra deck. Goodbye to the Galatea. The one extra deck left is likely Longirsu? Maybe? We're forced to pass the turn. Oh. Can we get to lethal though? I mean, we can still, no coaching. $35.50 direct after stealing the Nightmare Unicorn. And Ends will somehow pull it back. Incredible. Absolutely incredible match. Ends and Juninho, you put on a show. God damn. That is what I am talking about. That is the Alrighty. Round number pool 1, round 3 has begun. That right there was some Yu-Gi-Oh! One Menva, did you lose round 1 and then get DQ wins in 2 and 3? Because that can happen very, very rarely sometimes. Basically, you're kind of lucking out. I do apologize for the lack of matches for you. That's not typical. Like, it's very rare for a 1-in-1 to not show up, but it happens sometimes.
Duel!
Alrighty, Tribute Lanius into Pain Lanius into Forstrix. Forstrix searching for a Tribute Lanius. We're gonna go for the Rise Falcon. Right now, Reagan is 2-0. Both of these players are 2-0 undefeated, and they played. Come forth, Solda. Double back row and pass to the turn. Nebra Disc to the field. Why, yes, it is metal. How did you know? Attempting to negate the summon, or rather negate to destroy it on its summon, attempting to negate the negate, and we will negate the negate of the negate. Rank up Revolution Force! Come forth! Revolution Falcon! Reagan wins game number 1. Well done. Negate the negate of the negate.
Duel.
Nebra Disc, adding a copy of Crystal Skull. Crystal Skull will add us a copy of Moai. Activate technology, banish the skull. Whatever we got was better than a Compulse, keep that in mind. V-Mana to the field. Triple back row and pass to the turn. Forbidden Chalice. We're gonna get Crackdown immediately. Barrage Blast, taking out the Mirror Force. No! Yeah, unfortunately, the that turn 1 setup from Valk was just too much. That was a pretty nutty opener. All right, Reagan getting a chance to actually set up once again. Vanishing Lanius to the field. Come forth, Tribute Lanius. Tribute Lanius. Sending Mimicry Lanius. Mimicry effect, adding a copy of Pain Lanius. Why Darkhold doesn't see play? It does, but in some decks. But right now, specifically in the Orchest meta, it's because of Dingirsu. You basically, Darkhold reads, remove 1 material from Dingirsu. I love that little cry so much. I cannot tell you guys just how much joy that brings me. Come forth, singing Lanius. It technically already kind of is. If you don't know, like, the secret history behind the Pixel version, so my internet is like really good, but every once in a while, like, well, there was a time it was really bad. Like once a stream, my bitrate would just crash and you would get all the artifacting where literally it looked like this. And it happened often enough that it basically just came to, yeah, well, here's the part of the stream where the bitrate crashes. Thankfully, it hasn't actually really happened too much in quite a while, but it literally was happening like every stream for like a month straight. It was infuriating. I'm gonna wait just a little bit longer to assume this isn't broken. And so anytime that I need to turn off the camera for a little bit, so returns Pixel Harrier. Okay, yep, we were just big thinking. Flip it face down. Will we flip it again? Yes, we will. Face down you go. One back row, two back row. Getting the Tuspa rocket off of the field. Interesting. What were we worried about a conduit to our life points? Like, Rise Falcon wouldn't be able to boost off of that one, so that doesn't really matter. Maybe we're afraid of the, there's the one that can reduce to 0, but I don't think we can get to lethal that way. Ah, no. Yeah. We could potentially turn the Evil Swarm Nightmare into a Dark Requiem. That's right. We don't know if he plays that, but I assume that we're playing around that possibility. All right, more big thonkin'. Come forth, rank up magic, revolution force.
Set your wings ablaze and lock your gaze on our foe. Go, rank up exceeds evolution. Emerge! Rank 6, Raid Raptor Revolution Falcon! Revolution Falcon has a Raid Raptor as an overlay unit. Scorch them in the fires of revolution! Raid Raptor Tribute Lanius! Let's battle! Go! Attack! That won't work against me!
I'll use my set card.
Go! Revolution Falcon! Attack Tribute Lanius! Even if I'm on the
I'm
edge of
not worried.
defeat,
I
you
draw.
won't break me. I end my turn.
All right. 2 cards left.
I activate the spell card, Chronomaly Technology. I look at 2 cards in my deck and add 1 to my hand. Chronomaly Nebra Disc! When Nebra Disc is summoned, I can activate its effect. I add a Chronomaly card in my deck to my hand.
Okay. So we're going to be able to... We could... We can't get to double V mana here. Oh no. Not like this. We're going for the V mana play. Actually, we wouldn't even have to go with this either. We technically, if we're playing Utopia the Lightning, that would be even more free. Get Raducin. And Raid Raptors will unfortunately fall in game number 3. Valk 3-0 moving into the final round. But don't you worry, Reagan is still 2-1, a very strong chance to still top. And it actually looks like Pool 2, Round 4 will be coming up very shortly. Dual room ID is invalid. Awesome. Unlucky. Excuse me, what? Excuse me, what? War crime alert! War crime alert! Guys, I don't know. Okay, well, passing turn, that's incredible. That's right, Retro is... Well, okay. Retro is on Infernoids and is currently 2-1. I don't know how to feel about that.
Duel.
Alrighty, pool 2. Round 4 has begun. Final round before top cut. All X1 and 3 to 4 X2 will top. Cutia to the field. We're going to be able to add a copy of Angelia. Pendulum summon 1, 2, and 3. Gracia effect. Aether effect cannot respond. And Retro will lose in game number 2. All right, set 2 and pass. Cutia effect, activating Feast. Bring out all the boys. We're actually going for a different setup here. So we got Decatron, Antra. Antra's effect is target 1 face-up card, return it to the hand. And Piatti is when it inflicts battle damage by attacking a monster, can send a random card from the hand. So we have a spell trap negate. Pendulum summon. Oh wait, no, that's a monster negate. Gracia effect. Searching. Compulse, get send in. We're going to be able to take out the Deviati. Pass back to Retro. Anantra effect, send back to the deck. Void Banishment, Musica. In response to that, we're going to link summon 4 the Phoenix, hitting the back row. It is a bluff. Deviati to the field, Crackdown, get wiping, but we take everything. 2 attacks. Lethal. Imagine getting sacked by the random Infernoid player in the tournament. That's a big feels bad, man. Alrighty. Why, yes, I did, Murata. How did you know? Warrior of Hope, number 39. We're gonna start off with Rocket Tracer into Quick Launch, pop the Quick Launch, get another body on the board. 3 bodies for the price of 2, activate the skill for free. Boot Sector launch to the field, come forth Booster Dragon, Silver Rocket effect. We're gonna rip the Beatrice, set 2. special summon out a Rocket Tracer and pass back to you. Good luck, gamer. Without your combo generator, you're gonna have to do something a little bit more fair. Gaga Sister, adding a copy of Gaga Revenge. We're then gonna special summon the Zubababancho Gaga coat. Bring back the glove. We're gonna rapid trigger here. Come forth, Furious Dragon, booster dragon effect. Bring back the Magna Rocket. We're then gonna get poppin'. Dark Rebellion to the field. Get reducing So because we were summoned via the effect of Rapid Trigger, unaffected by the activated effects of special summon monsters from the extra deck. Rebellion, no effect. Come forth, Utopia the Lightning. Needle Ceiling, wipe the field. Take everything from him. Float, float. And game number 1. Why are you a bully, Influx?
Duel!
Ah, thank you. Yes, yes, you are a bully. That said, the plays were actually rather good. I did enjoy them. Come forth, Abyss Dweeber. Double back row and set. Now keep in mind, we already know how this game goes because it's a replay. But we are going second into Beatrice Dweller. Let's see how we win this one. Attempting to Book of Munas. This is not the greatest play because we can just dodge it. We're going to be able to get to our field spell. Activate launch. It is a cosmic, so that's going to stop us here. Double back row and pass to the turn. Normal summon the Farfa, get banishing, crackdown, get yoinkin. Beatrice will be able to dump the Tackle Crusader. That will, however, stop the attack due to the fact that Beatrice cannot declare another attack. Razor may have wanted to attack with the Abyss Dweller first there, which would have forced Judai to steal it to stop the attack, but I don't know. Probably didn't matter. Rocket Tracer, come forth, Dark End Dragon. We're just gonna wipe the field here, and is there any one card comeback? No, because we're just gonna get crackdown. Quick launch will seal the deal, and Judai wins in a clean 2-0 victory. Hold on. All right, guys. Cole has been very good and very patient, asking us to watch him. Now, he has a deck that I'm not exactly too keen to watch, but it is a funny matchup. And because he's been so very pleasant, I kind of want to humor him. At least for one game. We'll watch one game. We'll see how one game goes. This is also round 4, sorry. Oh boy, Spiritual Beast Canahawk, my favorite. We're gonna activate Bridgehead here, getting a copy of S-Force Rapachiwa Maru. Edge-Force Razor would have summoned, but we get negated. And we're just gonna pass. You have all If somebody's saying they got 2 ads, it's like 2 half-minute ads or minute-and-a-half ads. Wish I could unsub for a minute to see them, bro. Come on. Hello, Sham. How you doing? Y'all ain't got no chill. Alrighty, adding the Elder back to hand. Oh boy, I heckin' love Elder. Warning point. Wait, doesn't this not stop it? Am I? Am I confused? That doesn't do anything, right? You can't use it as part of the fusion, at least. Did what not notify Pimp Jr.? I don't. Maybe I just missed it. Maybe because of the ads or something. I don't know. I'm so sorry, my dude. Pimp Jr. gifting a 1 month tier 1 sub to my boy Jabberwork. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry, my friend. I didn't mean to miss you. Appreciate you. Hello, Akira. It's been a little bit. Hope you're well, my friend. Reyes, what is your question? Did it show up in chat? Oh, it did show up. I just missed it. I'm so sorry, dude. Reyes, if you do that, you have to side the skill. I do, in fact, have that. Pimp Jr. Yeah, no, I have it. I don't know why it didn't do it. Let me go test it. Widgets, alerts, Streamlabs. Reyes, even in that situation, you still have to side the skill. So let's say, for example, you're talking about like Mind of the Plana. You would have to go, your skill is Mind of the Plana and your side deck skill is Mind of the Plana. You're not allowed to try and confuse your opponent with a character skill change without paying for the skill. Well, I guess Pimp Jr. is gonna test it himself anyways. Gifting a sub to Ramon. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. You didn't have to do that, my guy. I was gonna go double check it. This is what I get for being a nice guy and watching Cole. I get pain and despair. Cole, that's all you get. You get your one. Is he 0-4? No. Come on now. He's 2-1, I believe. Pool 1 slacking a little bit. They're kind of taking a while. What's going on here? All right, looks like pool 1 finally finished. So they will be moving on to the final round as well. Pool 1, round 4 has begun. Final round before top cut. All X1 and 3 to 4 X2 will top. Hello, by the way, Sean. Good to see you, my friend. It was, in fact, not a great day. I regret ever doing that for Cole. If I could take it back, I would. Cole plays a bunch of different things. He doesn't have one specific deck. So that's not really the issue. No crow. I am enjoying a few Necco wafers. Come forth, Flame High King Genghis, turning off the Red Rain. Pendulum Summon for 1 into the Cypher Dragon. Into the full armor. Red Rain, get negated. And just like that, because you had exactly one back row, you lose. simply a better gamer. Come forth, Coach King, John Trainer. One monster. Two monsters into the swirl slime. Come forth, Flame High King Genghis. Into a Beowulf. Into a... Bro, chill! Eccentric, taking out the back row. Purple Nightfall into the blue sky. Blue Sky Surge 2. He do be cooking. Okay. He did not actually cook. Didn't plan to attack. Kept the monsters in attack position. Giga Chad. When did I become a PNG streamer? Oh, you know. Sometimes we have to sell out, bro. Some people sell out to, you know, big corpo. I sold out to low bit rate. Not quite lethal. Okay, now it's lethal. Unlocker. Alrighty. Do we have any spicy matchups left before we go to the top cut? And we'll be back. I'm just I'm big chilling for a moment. I don't like to eat on camera. Could watch another Rocket Gamer, one we haven't watched yet. A lot of rockets on the bubble. Oh my lord, like every rocket player is like 2-1. Bro, you guys can't do this to me. I want you to win so bad. Did you miss the nugget challenge? No. The nugget challenge would kill me. Oh my god. All right, I want some more Raid Raptor, then we'll go watch some more rockets. Well, it depends on the challenge. You have to decide what you're going to challenge yourself to. If we Google search how many nuggets in a nugget challenge. Okay, it looks like 50 is the average. Your doctor told you to not eat more bad food or you might die. I mean, if your doctor's literally like, you know what, my guy? You know, if my doctor says I'm gonna die, I'm probably gonna listen to him. So the secret is you just don't go to the doctor. Easy. Ah. Where do we the silver gate key, not the colored one for dual gate? I max. What are you asking, RPG Prince? Where do you get the silver dual gate key? You just randomly get it as drops. And now we get to watch Raid Raptors fall to heroes. Big sad. Let's see how it happens, though. Getting in for a clean 25 and it's kind of sad to see, to be honest. Poor Reagan. 4 Strix, hit by an imprisoning mirror, get negated. Rise Falcon to the field. Mimicry effect, still negated. Raid Raptor Rising, getting a copy of Soul Shave Force. We're gonna go for the Solda. Taking out the Neos and passing turn, Miracle Fusion. Come forth, Escoriado, negate! Super Polymerization, negate the negate. Neos to the field, and lethal. Unlucky. Well, Reagan, let's hope for the tiebreakers, my friend. Two Giga Chad duelists who don't even need to play but are choosing to do so anyways. I'm gonna choose that one just because it's a more interesting opponent. So we will be watching Judai on Rockets again here, however. His opponent is on Gandora.
Duel.
Gold Gadget into Harp Horror. Into Gear Gigant, adding a copy of Kiteroid. Will then go into our Galatea. Galatea, get a copy of Orchestrated Return. Nightmare Baboost. World Legacy Wand, bring back. Return, get drawing into the Dingirsu. Activating Determination to Fight. Giga Rays Gandora to the hand. Return one to the deck. Rocket Tracer into Quick Launch. Quick Launch will be the target of Tracer's effect. That'll be 3 for the price of 2. Boral Launch, getting the field spell. Now we do have the Kiteroid in hand, so we do need to keep that in mind. Booster Dragon effect. Boot Sector Launch. 2 back row, hitting for 19 and passing the turn. Back to Mako Pin, Gold Gadget into Red Gadget. That's gonna be met with a Necro Fusion. Why did Dark Magician disappear? It just doesn't have the power level to compete at the highest tiers. It didn't really disappear. It did from tournaments, but you'll still see it on the ladder. Is Rocket good right now? It is. I wouldn't, it's probably like, it's been performing at like tier 2, maybe 3, but closer to 2 levels. It has recently won a tournament. Let me see if I can find it. It was the G1X. I think it's done well in some other events, but it just won the G1X, which is a Japanese tournament, one of the bigger ones. It's hosted by King Halo, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think anyone should look at the Dark Magician thing and be all that upset. Like, it's still a fantastic deck. Like, it's still a really good deck. It's just, like, look what we're up against. So it looks like it won another tournament too. Looks like Krita won. I don't know what tournament this is though. But like, so for example, let me go ahead and bring up this. We're going to cover the screen for just a moment. That is the wrong one. So here's another tournament winning deck list. So 2-1 against Orcus, 2-1 against Resonator, 2-0 versus Resonator Chronomaly. That's 2-deck format. 2-0 or 2-1 against Orcus, and then 2-1 against Automat Orcus. And you can see this, so this might be a Korean player. And we just missed the winner. I am so sorry. So what happened here? I apologize for missing that. City Boy Zeto Mason, thank you so much for the raid, my friend. Gandora happened, right. And then here is the deck list that Anova played to win the G1X. No problem, Zeto. You know that I really do love these tournaments. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I understand that Swiss may not be for everybody and that not everybody has the time, effort, energy, etc. to commit to a full Swiss tournament. But it is my sincere belief that you need at least one good Swiss tournament per week. That allows you to have a snapshot, like, look at what the meta was for that week. If you do a bunch of just like random, like one-off tournaments that don't have like the full data of what people are wanting and willing to bring to a tournament, then you don't really know what's going on. Jabberwork, I understand why people like single elimination. I run both. But in my opinion, you need a good, solid look at the meta. Like, I actually do keep a record of it in the Discord. So, like, being able to do stuff like this and show people what the meta was during a week. Is this tourney always at the same time and day? Currently, yes, Michigander. So again, I understand, but I do appreciate everyone that is willing to show up and play in a Swiss tournament. It means a lot. The fact that we still get solid turnout means that the data is really, really worthwhile looking at least in my opinion. Also, I forgot to put up last week's reports in the Discord. I'll have to remember to do that. Currently, we host 2 tournaments a week, sometimes 3. We host this one, which is right now. It typically lasts about 6 hours-ish. We also host one that's extremely bad time for a lot of NA people. But for Asian region and EU, it's pretty comfortable. It's 6 a.m. Eastern on Thursday. If you can't show up to that one, but still want to be able to see it, for example, you can do so either in the VOD or I put it onto my YouTube channel. My YouTube channel is just the VODs, but it's there if you ever want to see another tournament. I make sure to upload all of them. So the third tournaments that we will run sometimes are typically like odd ones out. We'll do anti-meta, or we'll do the turbo duel, or we will do what's the other one? Legacy duels, but those ones are a little more inconsistent. Kiteroid effect from the graveyard. Booster Dragon. We're going to activate Rocket Tracer. We do have potential lethal here. $2,200 direct, and ends will take game number 2, tying the match up. What kind of theme is that? That's the pressured theme for DSOD characters. Yes, sorry, Judai. Thank you. Thank you for correcting me. Quiet, you. I was looking at the your match sheet on Start GG ends. What matches do you think are the most interesting, like ever or in the current meta? Because if you mean in the current meta, I would say Onomat into Orchist, Rocket into Orchist. What else do I think's interesting? I'd say it's those two. I would have said Onomat into Orcus is the most interesting. Not Resonators. Resonator matchup, unfortunately, is kind of... It's not as... So, when people are talking about what one might find interesting about a match, it's gonna be how dynamic is it, right? Like, what are the different lines of play open to you at any one point? Now, if I say something like Onomat, you may respond, well, like, what does Onomat do? They're just gonna go Beatrice into maybe one of the Floodgate, or into Dweller, or into Giant Hand, or whatever. And that is true. But what you end up with is, like, if Onomat, for example, goes first, they may have like 2 forms of interaction, and they need to decide which 2 interaction points do they do against the Orcus player. Rocket is very similar in a lot of its cases, where it's like the Rocket player will have a pop here, a pop there, a back row here, you know, this play into this play. There's a bunch of different interaction points. Well, no, I don't mean it like that, Fan Luna. I actually only meant Dweller. You know, you may end on like Dweller Beatrice. But I do like Sulfachord into a lot of different matchups as well, because I do feel like Sulfachord also ends up with a lot of, well, with a couple forms of interaction. The average Sulfachord matchup will have like 2 to 3 interaction points. It's usually like Musica plus like maybe cool, you know, in an ideal scenario, you're like Musica into Coolia into maybe Angelia, and maybe like one other back row. And so you have those interaction points, and again, they're not like negates, but you're like, okay, I'm gonna do this targeted banishment here, and that will punish you because you won't have a follow-up, and then I'm gonna pop this card, and that'll put a big resource drain on you. And then Coolia doesn't negate your effect, but removes another card. Yeah. So like, what combo ends? What part were you talking about? Oh, you're talking to someone else. Okay. Gotcha. Salad, I will also say, while it's not part of the meta currently, I enjoyed watching the various different Code Talker deck lists. So like Salamangreat Great Code Talker was fun to watch. It didn't have necessarily as many different lines, but again, whenever a deck has a bunch of different interaction points that aren't just negates, it's kind of interesting. And that's actually one of the things I've been pretty happy about with the more modern version of Duel Links that we've been getting, is that they've managed to turn it a little bit more quote unquote TCG-like without just being a bunch of negates. Like a couple decks will have negates, but they're very smart about making sure those negates are like exactly monster negates. They've kind of been avoiding spell trap negates, and they've definitely been avoiding omni negates, which I think is absolutely the correct way to go. I think monster negates are perfectly fine in Duel Links, and the spell traps are the ones that need to be hard limited as much as possible. Well, okay, we're gonna get the scoop, but that's fine because both of these players, the match didn't even matter. They're going to the top cut. They were playing just for style points. Congratulations, Mako Pin, going undefeated in the Swiss rounds. You know who else may be going undefeated? And this is kind of incredible. Rayos on Red Eyes, currently 3-0, tied at 1 apiece in the third game. I lied, their match just finished, but we'll see game 3. No, but anyways. Well, it doesn't matter though, because these players also played despite knowing that they would go to the finals, or rather to the top cut. All right, Swiss rounds are done. Let me go ahead and get the X and 2s at top so I can let them know. Ooh, looks like it was only actually 2 of them. So it was Necromancer and Tacny Frog. Necromancer, Tacny Frog, you topped X2. Anyone playing Thunder Dragon Orcus? I think there was one person. I think we watched him round 1. We're gonna take about 5 minutes to start the top cut, give people a chance to rest up. I am going to use this opportunity to actually go get a drink. When I return, we will start top cut and yeah, be ready to go. Be right back, guys. Alrighty, guys, we are back. Thank you for your patience. Okay, top 32 has been pushed. We'll give the players a few moments to show up to their matches. Oh wow, Eli is already done with the top cut breakdown. Thank you so much, Eli. Okay, game, how have you not finished this already? Friggin' obliterate, chill. Are you kidding me? Incredible. All right, edit com, top 32. Let's go ahead and show it on the screen. In the top 32, we have 10 Orchist, one of which is Gandora, 4 Rocket, 4 Sulfaccord, 3 Chronomaly, 2 Resonator, 2 S-Force, 2 Trickstar, then 1 each of DDD, Hero, Onomat, Red Eyes, and Starry Night. That is in comparison to the overall breakdown. So that means 10 of 24 Orchist. That's 4 of 8 Sulfaccord, 4 of 7 Rocket, 1 of 5 Hero, 2 of 5 Trickstar, 2 of 4 Chronomaly, 2 of 4 Resonator, 1 of 2 DDD, 1 of 2 Onomat, 1 of 2 Red Eyes, 2 of 2 S-Force, 100% conversion rate, YouTube, 1 of 2 Starry Night, not bad. Not bad. Alrighty, guys. Anything in particular we want to watch in the top 32? You know, we're gonna go watch the Starry Night first. It's actually impressive. They went 3-1 because, of course, you had to go 3-1 pretty much to top. But this is also somebody that I don't believe we really spectate all that often. So let's give a little love. We will watch S-Force after this. Eli, if you want to find a couple matches to put into the stream queue, I will try and prioritize those.
Duel.
Uh, 32. All right, we're gonna go Nightmare Phoenix. It is a Starry Night arrival. We're gonna hit the other back row as well with a Cosmic Cyclone. Starry Night, Starry Dragon, Mind Control, get yoinkin'. Gonna use the opponent's Starry Night, Starry Dragon, going for the Galatea. Not under threat of getting lethaled here, but the resources lost is gonna be pretty unfortunate. Chooses to just reattach. No reason to send. Fair enough. We weren't going to be in any, weren't going to be lethaling anytime soon. Tackney Frog, you need to check in. Zaga Zaga, you need to check in. And I believe Necromancer. Yo, it's my boy Sand. What's up, buddy? Thank you so much for the resub. One of the oldest supporters of this channel. I appreciate you, my friend. Thank you so much. I'm doing quite well, my friend. We're today's tournament is actually pretty cool. We're deep in Orchist Tier 0 ? Meta. Not really. It's a really good deck, but not Tier 0. But we are seeing the successful piloting of a bunch of cool decks like Rocket, which has been rising to prominence. Tribute summons the Artifact Lancia, bro. No shot. Bringing out the Symbol Skeleton. We'll be able to go for the ding here. Yeah, unfortunately, this meta is just not good for Starry Night. They would really need some of their other support to be... What is he cooking? Get Sendin, go for... Can we actually go for lethal here? Have we used Nightmare Effect yet this turn? We could push for lethal, although we probably have Starry Night plus Ray, or not Rael, Flamel in hand. Yes, while Orchist is the dominant Tier 1 deck, several other decks are doing extremely well. Like you said, Chronomaly. You even have decks like S-Force able to actually hold their own in the meta, which is pretty incredible. Does not even choose to... Yeah, we want to keep... We want to keep the material on Ding so that we can protect. Very smart play. Just go for that slow and steady grind game. Not going to be able to destroy the Starry Night, Starry Dragon here, but that's okay. We got a back row to protect us. Hello. Is game one done? Bracket is not updated. Give me 1 second, Bonko. We do have the orchestrated release here. Bring back the Dingirsu. Get Senden. Any spice in the top 32? Well, yes. Let me know if you think any of this is spicy, Bonko. I think the biggest takeaway from today's tournament has been the Rocket players. Rocket is a deck. And unfortunately for Sheena, we are going to be able to put lethal damage on the board. Game number 1 going to Moisture. We are actually going to dip from this one, though. We're going to go ahead and find ourselves another match. I will let you know how it goes, though. I got good news for you, Jabberwork. I kind of just wanted to jump around for the first couple games in the top 32, since we're gonna miss a lot of it.
Duel!
That's right, we got S-Force, Bridgehead into Rapachiwamaru, Edge Razor into Chiwamaru, activate, get searching. Anamana pickup into Anamana Para. Anamana Para into Gagaga Sister and Zubaba Bancho Gagaga Coat. Sister to the field. Book of Moon says no. We will search for the Revenge. Revenge, bring back the Utopic Onomatopoeia. Onomatopoeia into the Bro. Just gone. Just gone. Tumor Factory, thank you so much for your support, my friend. I appreciate you. Is this just lethal? It's that easy. Game number 1. Yeah, Sister's other effect is to go face down. Wait, that came out wrong.
Duel!
Neo, thank you for the follow. Onomatopoeia, discarding Utopic Onomatopoeia, searching for the Sister and the Gaga coat. Beatrice to the field. Into the giant hand. Wait. Now I understand that there was a negate on the board, but why would you not at least force it out and then use it on the next turn? I feel like you should have at least forced them there.
Duel!
All right, Platina into Gravitino, searching for a copy of S-Force Chase. Set 1. Set 2. And pass back to you. It all comes down to this. How many Cosmic Cyclones do we hit the right card? No Cosmic Cyclone. We will just be going into Onomatopoeia. Can we play through Disruption? We do have the Farfa, however. Farfa effect would have made this significantly weaker, but the DD Crow in hand will ensure that the Farfa does nothing here. That's really big. Keeping the 2 bounces is, or the 2 with the S-Force is really, really big here. We're digging. Did we find any of our anti-back row? Any Cosmic Cycloners? No Cosmic Cyclone. Okay. Normal summoning the Sister into the Platina zone. He is the sacrificial target for the coat. And on summon, Sister does not activate, which means we likely drew into the Revenge already. We will Showdown here. Showdown bringing out the Rapachiwamaru. This will be a full board Banish. Are you trying to be snarky there, Curry? We're talking about a deck that plays a bunch of anti-back row that went through half of its deck and saw none of it. Come on. What do you want, bro? All right, this should just be lethal. Everything to attack, everything boosted. The tie that binds. Set 1. Set 2. Attack 1, attack 2. Lethal. And S-Force will take it in 3. Well done. We just needed to see basically any of our anti-back row, and unfortunately, we did not. We have Ohaimi versus Ends. Unlucky, Aaron. You had a good run, though, my friend. As always, do appreciate you joining our events here today. I heckin' love Ibly. How about you guys? Although, quick question. Can you attempt to pop Ibly with Rocket Tracer, or can you not even activate Rocket Tracer? Nightmare Phoenix, get poppin', taking out the needle ceiling, sending the other back row. It is a Necro Fusion, you'll love to see it. Controlled the whole match. Ibly is such a fun card.
Duel.
Alrighty, Rocket Tracer into quick launch, Rocket Tracer effect. Get poppin'. Bring out 2 more boys. Boral launch, getting the field spell. All right, back to ends. We're gonna go for Nightmare Phoenix. Quick launch to Nightmare Phoenix, not activating the effect there. Interesting. Get sending. Attack 1. Attack 2. Attack 3. Get poppin'. Attack 4. And lethal. He locked himself. What did we lock ourselves with? Not sure there.
Duel.
All right, Ohaimi with a really weak opener. It's very rare for Orcus to actually brick like this. Oh no, to have it end like that is absolutely... That's painful. Unfortunate. Nope, there's no rooting for him, Sean. That's it. That was game 3. Ends will move on to the top 16. Well, okay then. We don't take those. All right, triple set the back row. Not a good way to start either. Razor into Gravitino. Gravitino searching for Chase. 7 cards in hand, by the way. Triple set the back row. We're going to go for the Rocket Tracer, Needle Ceiling. Rocket Tracer, get poppin'. Take everything from him. Floating into a Rocket Tracer. Drew into the boot sector launch. You love to see it. Ice Dragon's Prison. Bring back the Platina. We're going to pop it. Get searching. That's a warning point. Get negated. And pass back to you. Drawing into a Rapachiwamaru. We're going to search for a copy of Bridgehead. Bridgehead grabbing Gravitino. We'll activate Chase here. Rocket Tracer, get poppin'. We'll then use the chase effect. Going Edge Razor. You're going to get hit by a warning point. You will summon nothing. Didn't we search for another chase, though? Oh, we weren't. No, we weren't. Okay. Attack 1. And then lethal. Okay. Game number 2.
Duel.
Gravitino, searching for a copy of S-Force Chase, triple set the back row. We're going to activate a Boral Launch. Launch, get launching, bringing out 2 more. Evacuation Device, we're going to rapid trigger here. Only one of those will go to the graveyard though, S-Force Chase. We're going to pop ourselves, hit the other back row. In the end phase, a Rocket, Silver Rocket, floating into Rocket Tracer. Bridgehead, get searching. We're going to grab a copy of S-Force Gravitino. Chiwamaru to the field again. We're going to get poppin'. Bringing out a bigger boy. Furious Dragon to the field. We're going to protect ourselves. Chiwamaru effect. We're going to get out of there. Warning point to stop the resummon, however. Attacking in. Rapid trigger into another Borreload Furious Dragon. Can't attack, however, but we will float. Get poppin'. Metal Rocket into another copy of Rocket Tracer, and we are fast running out of resources. Get poppin'. We're going to be able to dodge here. Rocket Tracer dodging as well into a copy of Metal Rocket Dragon. Gravitino, get searching. We're going to add a copy of S-Force Chase here. Set it and pass to our opponent. We're going to force out the chase. Rocket Tracer says no. Needle Ceiling says no as well. Bring back the Dillinger's Dragon, going in for 1,600. Bring back the Magna Rocket Dragon. Kiwamaru, get searching into an aura. Were we really at... Okay. Well, congratulations, 2-0 victory. It was a time limit. Unlucky. Roma. Reset the match. Sorry guys, checking a mod call. 2-1 for a chroma. Alrighty. I don't know, Easy Mick. When am I going to get a time limit emote? Should I commission it? I would, except my emote artist is currently comms closed. Yeah, that's right. It will be never. Double set the back row. I'm going to start off with a Savant Kepler, searching for Dark Contract with the Gate. You know what? Actually, we're going to skip ahead to game 3. Let us see if this is in fact Red Eye's supremacy. Red Eye's fusion into Red Eye's Dark Dragoon. Meteor Black Comet Dragon. Set 2 and pass. We've got the Swirl Slime Necro fusion in response. Come forth, High King Genghis. We're going to pop our own monster, which will resummon into a Red Eye's Black Dragon, activating our Fang with Chain. Fang with Chain activating here. Get yoinkin'. We're going to set 2 and pass. Attack in, take out the High King, Flame King Genghis. Attempt to banish to get fusion summoning, but unfortunately the one card that we drew was a friggin' Lancia, which will put an end to that. And our top deck is Red Eye's Insight. Are you kidding me? Bro. Attacking in for 3,000 and he dies to the burn. Bro. Red Eyes winning in a 2-1 victory. Moving on to the top 16. Incredible. And per the new rules, guys, if you make it to the top 16, I am going to ask you to please make your deck in the DLM deck editor and give me the link to it. I'm not requiring this, but it would make my job so much easier. as all top 16 decks will now be submitted to the website. So please, if you can help out with that, I would greatly appreciate it. Top 16 duelists, please make your deck in the DLM deck editor after the tournament and submit to GrandHarrier. This will help immensely as we will upload all top 16 deck lists from now on. Alrighty. Your top 16, we have Chronomaly, we have Sulfacord, we've got Rocket, we've got Red Eyes, we've got S-Force, we've got Rocket, we've got Orchist, we've got Hero, we've got Orchist, we've got Sulfacord, we've got Orchist, we've got Sulfacord, we've got Rocket, we've got Rocket and Chronomaly. I think this is the least amount of Orchist in the top 16 ever. Well, since it came out for a, like, that is incredible. That top 16 is stacked AF. Holy mackerel. You can DM it to me, Reyos. It can be after the tournament. Anyone, I'm not going to require you to send it, but it will make it so much easier. All right, go for the Evil Swarm Nightmare, set 2 into the Rocket Tracer, pass back to David. Cutia searching for a copy of Gracia. We're then going to activate our skill here. Scale it up, Pendulum Summon 1, Gracia to the field. Evil Swarm Nightmare effect activating, putting her face down. We will Necro Fusion, pop the Necro Fusion with the Rocket Tracer. Come forth, Borreload Furious Dragon get poppin', taking out a Musica. We will then Cosmic Cyclone the field spell, passing back to ends. We're gonna go Nightmare of Phoenix, discarding 1. It is an Ice Dragon's Prison. We're gonna pop in response. Double Banish, getting in for 1 and 2. Crackdown will stop the lethal. Pendulum Summon for 1. Bring back Gracia, searching for a copy of Elegance. Elegance, draw 2. Finding Harmonia. Harmonia, return one of those scent scales. We will then tribute over with the Angelia into the Coolia. Attack 1, attack 2, triple set the back row all over again like it never happened. Harmonia, adding a copy of Angelia. Scale the Angelia, Elegance for the Cutia, Harmonia, Get Poppin', Lethal. I actually want to do this top 16 breakdown because this top 16 is actually really cool. So that is Anomaly, Sulfachord, Sulfachord Rocket, S-Force, Red Eyes, Orchist, Rocket, Orchist, Hero, Orchist, Sulfachord, Sulfachord Rocket, Anomaly Rocket. And sorry guys, I just want to show this off because this is actually a really cool looking top 16. Look at David's grave. Wait, excuse me? What the hell is Aitsu doing in your grave? You sighted into Aitsu? What the hell is this BM, dude? What the hell, dude? No, no. I missed this just because I wanted to show off just how cool the top 16 is. David, you can't, please. Incredible. Okay, well. You know what? Let's go ahead and run this one back. We are going to watch Barox versus Judai, which is another Sulfur Rocket matchup. I'm legit. I don't even know what to say. Sided in Aitsu, still won. Legend. Absolutely legendary. All right, quick launch. Bringing out the Rocket Tracer, activating Boral launch. Boral launch effect. 1, 2 to the field. Rocket Tracer. Coolia says no. Rapid Trigger says no to that. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I miss the raid? I got distracted, guys. I'm so sorry. Who raided? Was it Ohaimi? It was Valk. Why is it not giving me my announcements? Hey Valk, thank you so much for the raid, my friend. If y'all don't know, Valk was live with his Grand Prix run. No, my camera's fine. What's wrong with it? Everything. Hello? Sorry. Was that legit another 2-0? Sulfacord defeating Rocket? Is Sulfacord the Rocket counter? Oral launch, bring out the field spell, activate the field spell. Will Musica the field spell, get out of here. Double set the back row. Tribute off for a Musica, crackdown, get yoinkin'. We will then pend 1, pend 2. Gracia, searching for a copy of Harmonia. Harmonia effect. Activating, returning a copy of Gracia to the hand. Get send in. It is a chalice. We're gonna negate, give me it back, and the rockets are getting dismantled. Did I also miss a sub? What the hell? No, I didn't. Okay, good. To all the people in the top 16 who have already started to send some deck lists in, thank you so much, guys. This is going to make it so much easier for me. I'm really excited to start featuring the top 16 instead of the top 8. A couple people basically said that they wanted to be able to show off their tops, right? And with something like the Grand Prix actually being a fairly like difficult grind, not difficult, but a top in a Swiss style event means more, right? So than like a like a non-Swiss event, just because of how much more it is. So yeah, we're gonna start doing the top 16 deck lists, and everybody who submits a deck list will make my life so much incredibly easier. So I do appreciate you guys. Why don't we see how Rayos is doing on Red Eyes? Somehow managing to make Red Eyes work in this meta.
Duel!
What are my thoughts on Exodia? What kind of question is that? Exodia is one of the most powerful monsters ever created. Like, how could anything possibly defeat it? Here's my thoughts on Exodia. Like, legit. If Exodia is ever a good deck, your game is in a really shitty position. Crack down, get yoinkin', Necro Fusion into the Borreload Furious Dragon. Furious Dragon forcing out the back row. It is an S-Force Chase. But that's okay, because guess what? We can just keep Red Eyes fusioning. Come forth, Black Skull Dragon. Red Eyes, Fang with Chain, dealing no shot. We're using the rarely used you can make 2 attacks part of Red Eye's Fang with Chain and gonna finish him off with the burn. He already did Meteor. It got banished by S-Force Chase. Incredible. Are Cosmos in finals yet? Of course, they've been waiting for like half an hour. 2 back row. We're gonna go ahead and add a copy of Red Eyes Fang with Chain, because we've already got the Red Eyes Fusion. Come forth, Meteor Black Comet Dragon. Get Sendin. Triple set the back row. Compulse yeets that right out of here. S-Force Bridgehead searching for a copy of Chiwamaru. Come forth, Platina into Gravitino. Gravitino into S-Force Chase. Set 1. Get Baboost in. We're going to go for the Necro Fusion. Come forth, Borreload Furious Dragon. Popping itself. We will then steal the opponent's Gravitino. Red Eyes Insight, dumping the Wyvern, adding another copy of Red Eyes Fusion to hand. Red Eyes Roulette. Adding a copy of Red Eyes Insight, send the Red Eyes right back to the deck. We will Red Eyes Fusion into the Black Skull Dragon. This is just going to get yeeted out of here. Goodbye. Pass back to his opponent. We're going to attack in, and then pass. Red Eyes Insight one more time. Going for a Red Eyes Fang with Chain. We're going to set it. Wyvern will bring back a regular Red Eyes, except no, it won't. Crow yeets it out of here. Goodbye. S-Force Bridgehead, get searching. Second copy of Platina. Gonna go ahead and resummon the Gravitino. We'll be able to get searching once again. This is probably all over for our Timur. We've got the full field lockdown. Rack down, get yoinkin'. S-Force Chase says no. And that will be lethal. How do you say this name? It's Jericho? Thank you. Jericho. Jericho? I will not call him a fool because he's playing a pretty base deck. Not gonna lie. Game number 3. Which one of these Giga Chad decks will move on to the top? Well, apparently we're not going to get to find out because Konami and their spectate bug strikes once again. I heckin' love it. Well, I'll let you guys know whenever it finishes. I'm sorry. I heckin' love fancy charts. How was your how was uni today though, Easy?
Duel.
Good, I'm glad it was bad. My God, why won't you cooperate? There we go. Another chance at the Rocket Redemption. Cosmic Cyclone. Quick launch, bringing out the Rocket Tracer. Rocket Tracer get poppin'. Bring out the Magna Rocket Dragon. Going into the Dark Rebellion. Interesting. We will take the 2500 to back row, pass back to Cristiano. Orchestrated return into the Mind Control. Using it as material for the Nightmare Phoenix, taking out a Needle Sealing. Should we have Needle Sealinged early? Well, this doesn't really work. Or I guess it does. Oh my God, stop. He's already dead. Actually using the field spell here as a target, we have the Boral Regenerator. Booster Dragon get poppin'. Take out the Nightmare Mermaid. We're gonna float here. Double back row. Interesting. Phantom Sky Blaster into the Mind Control. Get yoinkin'. But that's fine. We'll go ahead and dodge that. Borreload Furious Dragon. Booster Dragon effect. And we're just gonna scoop it up. Wow. And what a way to end things off. Ibleed in game number 3. Konami, if you're watching this, these have been such cool matchups, and then we see Iblee hit the field, and joy goes to die. Needle Ceiling. Tetherwolf protects itself. Orchestrated Return. Symbol Skeleton, bring back the Galatea. Galatea get resummoned, and 4 cards in hand still, by the way. Dean Girasu to the field, get Sendin. Yep. I can't answer the question of if he sided or not. I'm not going to give away that information. Unlucky. Well, I went to watch the last remaining Rocket player in the tournament. I have bad news for you. One, we can't watch it because the room's already gone. But unfortunately, David has defeated JoJo. Rockets are out. And I'll just leave you with this. Seven TV. Is there a Virgin Italian? No emotes found. Sorry to ruin this for you guys, but we need to watch whatever it is. I'm being told.
It's top 30. Let me predict Top Cut breakdown. What did Grant say it was? Was it top 32? Let me check. Or hasn't he said? Yeah, it is top 32. Okay, so it'll be 10 August. Let's get that out the way. 10 August, 3 Chronomaly, 2 Onomat. That's another 5. That's 15 altogether. Sulfur Cord will be at like 3, I think. Rocket will be also 3. Let me predict Top Cut breakdown.
Okay. Not bad. Not bad at all. He is a prophet.
Duel!
Rayos unfortunately lost, so the S-Force player is moving on to the top 8. Triple set the back row. Musica is going to activate. Going to take out the V-Mana. This will shut down any barrage blasts that we happen to have. How many Orcust in top 16? 3. I actually went and did the top 16 breakdown as well out of curiosity. This is the top 16. One of the rockets made it to top 8. The Rockets lost to one lost to Sulfacord, one lost to Ibli-Lock Orcust, one lost to Sulfacord, and the other to Sulfacord. So 3 of them lost to Sulfacord, and 2 of them lost to the same Sulfacord. David is farming them right now. Your guns mean nothing to the power of music. Alrighty, targeting the crackdown. Give me back my Coolia. Any responders? No, Mr. Problematic, not like this. You can't fall to the music girls too. They can't keep getting away with this. Oh, not like this. Bro. No, Barrage Blast, he had it. Choir Girls best deck. Barox wins 2-0. Go home, Mr. Problematic. It's time to sleep now. Thank you as always for entering today, Mr. Problematic. I appreciate you very much. I don't know if you sent to me already, Mr. Problematic, but if you can make your deck in the deck editor and send it to me, I would be greatly appreciative. You did make it to the top 16, actually top 8. So your deck will be featured on the tournament article on the website, be attributed to your account. If you've never used the deck editor before, it's pretty simple. You just go to duellinksmeta.com, click on Deck Builder, and build it there. Then you click on share after you save it as an URL and send it to me. We may have like friggin' 3 Sulfa Cord in top cut if this keeps up. Barox is in top 4. David Magri is in top 4. Then the winner between Jericho and Cristiano, so either S-Force or Orchist, will be in the top 4. And then the winner of this one, which is Stephen Freshy or Magoo, will be in the top 4. Did someone pay people to enter with Sulfa? No. In fact, We had, what, 8 Sulfa Chord enter today? Yeah, Easy does pretty awesome work with the breakdowns. I love how much effort he puts into them. Come forth, Nightmare Unicorn. Activating all the effects. Scale 1, pass. Okay, well. Yep. Uh-huh. Come forth, Nightmare Unicorn, get spinning, and that is lethal. Exactly. Yeah. So again, you can see here, 25 Orchist entered. Orchis is performing very, I mean, well, not performing. Some tournaments it performs insanely well, and then some of them you get like this where they just don't. And it's more, it's really feeling like it's waffling between like PK level. Oh, no. It's not, this is not tier 0 by far, because I'm sorry, you can't have a tournament where you have that, and then your top 32 is that. And then your top 16 is that, and call it tier 0. That very much feels at times like, okay, it's not that because the deck is actually better than PK, but it really feels like when PK was strong but not broken, before it started to decline in power, where basically the representation was just way more.
Duel.
Actually, only one top 32 went to bed. And that would be Necromancer on Resonator. Wait, why didn't we go into Ding here? Oh wait, can Ding only go into a Link summoned? Oh wait, did we already summon Ding? Where did he go? Oh. Holy crap. That is 3 Sulfa Cord in the top 4. What in the hell? Well done, Steven. What is the typo in the stream title? Oh, did I put the bracket the wrong way? I'm sorry. Does it look better now that the bracket's the right way? Ends. Why is the bracket around the deck? I don't know. I threw that title together in like 3 seconds, my guy. What do you want from me? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have received 7 deck lists so far. Perfect. Oh my god. You know what? Val, can't you literally change the stream title yourself as a mod? Alrighty. Mind control, get yoinkin'. Come forth, Nightmare Phoenix. Taking out the S-Force Chase. Double token. And Cristiano will get the concession scoop. That's game number 1. Where do you make the deck? That is very simple, my friend. You go to this link right here. Just make sure that you're checked in or you're logged in on your Discord account. You're gonna go in there. Then you just enter all the information as appropriate. Under skill, you just search for, you can type in your skill, deck type, choose the main deck type. So for you, that would be Orchest. Then you just under search, find all the decks. If you want to go to side deck, once you have done the main deck, you can click on side, and when you add cards, it will add to your side deck instead of your main deck. Once you have done all of that, make sure you click save at the top. Then you'll see the share tab or the share drop down. You'll click share URL to clipboard. That will put it into your clipboard, and then you can just send it to me. Double Crow allowing Jericho to get back in it. We will be going to game number 3. Well done. Let me go ahead and update the breakdown with the fancy new graphic. It is a little bit of work, however, because I am... So normally the Grand Prix would do the top 8 deck list. I wanted to, based on some feedback, I wanted to increase that to top 16. But making 16 decks yourself from scratch is pretty difficult. So I wanted to, by having people make the deck list themselves, it just makes it easier for me. So instead of taking like an hour to do all the decks, I can get the missing decks done in like, 20 minutes or whatever, 10 minutes. All right, this is not looking good for our boy Jericho. Set 2 back row pass, one of which eats a cosmic cyclone. Most likely this is dead. So we're probably looking at like dead tribute monsters. Yeah, unlucky. Unlucky. Cristiano will win and move on to the top 4. Sorry, Jericho. You tried, my friend. You tried. Would you like to update it to top 4, Valk? 3 Sulfachord, 1 Orchist, correct. So Orchist will be winning, of course, because that's just how it works.
Duel.
Alrighty, David will start things off. Pendulum Summon 1, 2, 3. Oh, the perfect. It's beautiful. Look at it. Look at it. Get poppin'. And, well, looks like David was simply the better gamer in this situation. Artifact Lancia will return to the field after being hit by the Harmonia pop. How can I do anything but do it for you? Ends. Fourth. Nightmare Phoenix, get poppin'. We'll do the yoinky spoinky before handing it right back. Pendulum Summon 1, bring forth the Angelia. We're gonna go ahead and negate the Lancia. This should be lethal. No spell trap effects, Giga Chad. (23-19) and lethal David winning game number 1. Waiting for both players to return to the table. What are the odds that Aitsu comes into play? Once you're in the money, you got to stop memeing, right? Alrighty, game number 2. So, Steven, once you've saved it, right, you want to click the save button. Then right next to save, there's a share pull down. You want to click on that. Click save Earl to save as, or sorry, share as URL to clipboard, and then send that link to me. That is not a great opener. Steven, can you DM me a screenshot? Yeah, it might say update instead of save. Then right next to the save button should be a share button, or a share drop down rather. We're gonna go ahead and hit that crackdown. You will not be yoinking Book of Moon to ensure that we cannot use the Cutia as part of the skill. As URL to clipboard correct, and then send it to me as a direct message on Discord. 4 cards in hand still. What did we search for? We searched for Angelia. We're just gonna end? Really? Yeah, you save the deck to your account, Steven, your Discord account. Jason, all one word. Normal summoning the Fancia. This is not ideal, but since you stole my Cutia, I don't have much choice otherwise. This is representing lethal damage. We have the Harmonia as well. That is... we can make it live. We BMing by removing our no, we're playing around IDP. Wait, no, we're not. We'll go to, actually, would that, if we destroy the Cutia, yeah, it should still go to your extra deck, right? So we're just BMing then. I actually don't think Wavering Eyes is all that great of a card. Because most people get their scales from skills. Like Wavering Eyes' power goes way down. I mean, I guess technically we did get to banish a card, so I guess we do live. Never mind. Okay, maybe it's not awful. All right, we get one more chance to be in it, but surely we don't actually... Oh, that's a hell of a rip. That is a hell of a rip. Normal summoning Cutia. Back down, get yoinkin'. Scaling it up. Can't pop here. All of our scales are even. We have no odds. So a Magoo still in the game. Probably not for long though. You don't know how to beat sulfa chords? The easiest way is gonna be to not deny them the resources they need, deny them the scales. Like you saw Magoo, because he wasn't able to get his engine rolling, he really struggled to get going. If you can do that to him. Spell trap removal definitely helps, for sure. Making sure that they don't get to use their field spell. Aren't we just still dead? Actually, no, because the idea there would be we would scale. Okay, now we're dead. We will then be able to bring back the Angelia, or not Angelia, Beautia, excuse me. Say goodbye to the Gracia. Attack. $2,100 direct. And David will win game number 2, moving on to the grand finals. Well done. As a rocket user, is there anything specific? Well, so keep in mind that one thing we've learned today is that Sulfacore does pretty well against Rocket. Like Rocket, I want to say Rocket probably does better against Orcus than it does against Sulfacore, which is kind of weird to see. But as the others have said, your big blowout card like Needle Sealing seems to do well. So Captain Grimm, if you are in our Discord, if you want to join the Discord and post your deck list, some of us can help you later. Steven, are you still here? You did not upload your side deck to that. Go back to this link, click on side deck, and add those cards and update points. Hello, JG. Resaline, that was a long time ago. Hello, Dancer. But yes, we watched, unfortunately the Raid Raptor ended up going 2-2, but round 1 and round 2, it was undefeated. And it actually did some pretty cool stuff. We got to see what it can do when it pops off. So like, it was making like Onomat style boards, kind of. Not exactly, but kind of. However, you guys may enjoy this. So here is what the overall breakdown looked like, right? You know, looking kind of standard. A lot more Rocket and Sulfur today. Hello, Patrick. Thank you so much for joining us today. Okay, here is the top 32. Okay, 4 Rocket, 4 Sulfur, 3 Chronomaly, 2, 2, and 2 on Resonator. S4's Trickstar, looking pretty good in the top 32. Then look at this top 16. This is insane. That top 16 is wild. The numbers on the screen right here, that's the top 16, yes. Resaline, please do not let Ronnie know that he was right. We will literally never hear the end of this, ever. Alrighty, game number 2, Cristiano going first. 2 back row. We're gonna start off with Elegance, get scaling. Pendulum Summon. Am I excited for Friday's campaign? Absolutely. Pendulum Summon 1, unlucky. Double back row, Orchestrated Return, get Sendin. Phantom Sky Blaster, we're gonna go into a Nightmare Phoenix, start dismantling that back row. Musica, get poppin'. Symbol Skeleton, bring back the Dingirsu. Dingirsu effect, get Sendin. Send in the back row. It was a Cosmic Cyclone. Nightmare Unicorn, get spinning. Thank you so much, Steven. Dismantling the board and then getting in for 3,400 damage. And then I don't, especially if we have Kulia in hand, that's probably a GG. Bringing this to a 1-1. Did you miss Steven's match? Yes, he ended up losing to Magoo, who ended up losing to David. Alrighty, it all comes down to this. The winner of this match will be going to the grand finals.
Let's duel!
You are kidding me. Barox, you have to show me your hand. What? Oh my. How? How do you get to the top 4 and then this happens? Oh my god, dude. Bruh. No, this is not a check PayPal situation. I'll wait till the match is over, Barox. This right here is the duality of man. Absolutely tragic. Starry Dragon or Aether is sometimes played in the list just for an unrespondable pop. Alrighty. Here we are, the grand finals. David Magri versus Cristiano. Sulfa Cord versus Orchest. I did in fact show it easy. It is now in the it is set up as the breakdown. This is where I would put my top 32 breakdown if I had one. What's the matchup? Orchest versus Sulfacord. What are we looking like? Okay, so we're about to hit the edges. We have 5 minutes till edge break. So I am gonna push the edges through really quick and then we will have the grand finals. Stick around, be back in like 3 minutes. An anonymous gifter gifting a King Silverwing a tier 1 subscription. Just refresh and you won't see no more ads anymore. Thank you so much, Anonymous. I appreciate you. To the finals.
Duel.
Alrighty. Cristiano starting things off. You'll love to see it. We're gonna do the classic opener here. But no cards, but David showing the weakness of Sulfacord bricking double cosmics. So in the past, in tournaments such as the Duel Links Meta Weekly, there was a rule that you're not supposed to surrender in the finals. This rule existed because, you know, they wanted to be able to put these matches up on YouTube, show people, like, give people a good time, right? You know, we're gonna have a real back and forth. Could you not brick, please? Could we have a real game? Wait. Wait. That was game 2? Bro, ain't no way. Wait, no, so... No, so that was... This is game 1. No, wait. Do not tell me that game 2 is just a repeat of game 1. There is no shot. Okay, no. Well, we get a game 2, cool. Let's find out what happened. I can't. David, are you here? What was your hand? You had 4 big sulfas. Okay, so, well, apparently Sulfacord used up all of their good hands, good luck, absolutely destroying the Rockets in the tournament, which were showing off all the Giga Chad. Oh my God. Bro. Ain't no way. The finals lasted shorter than the ad break I was getting out of the way. Sorry, guys. That said, what can we take away from today's tournament? Well, number one, Sulfacord does fairly well against Rocket, but does very poorly at actually opening like a playable hand. So if you face Sulfacord, all you have to do is just let the laws of probabilities be on your side, because they're gonna brick. That said, today's tournament was very cool. It was very nice to see the skill changes to Rockets actually potentially propelling them into a position of needing to be respected, at least somewhat. We saw the most of the success in the large versions running more than 9 of the Rockets. In fact, most of them were 30 card with like 12 Rockets, which does sound about correct. Let me go ahead and pull up the deck lists here. I would actually personally rate Rockets higher than Rogue. They're probably like tier 3, potentially tier 2. They feel really good. So here is David's deck list. We are running main deck, Shadow Imprisoning. Sure, nothing wrong with that. We are running 10, 3 Cutia, 2-2-1-1-1. We're running 1 random Cosmic Cyclone. We're running the Ding because, I don't know, we can steal the opponent's monsters. Cristiano's deck list. This will be the winning deck list for today. $23 cards, double mind control, a single copy of Ibly, notably not running Signet Mining, so it's just like, did I open Ibly? Cool. If not, Orcus stuff. Our side deck there, triple Needle, double Book of Moon, double White Princess. I do like the whites, white princesses, excuse me. I do think White Princess is coming potentially back into the meta. Something to consider. Barox's deck list. Running 22 cards. We are running a Aether and a copy of Starry Dragon. We're running 1 for 1. Still managed to brick Giga Chad. Side deck there. Magoo's deck list. We are main decking double Lancia, Running fairly light on the back row other than limit 3s. Makes sense. We got a couple rank 5s available to us here. Third copy of Lancia and 2 Crow. 3 Book of Moon. Mr. Problem with his 23 card Chronomaly deck list. Notably, we are running the rank 6 package. Nice Lancias that turn off your skill list, by the way. Here is Jericho's S-Force deck list. Double Chase, Triple Compulse, Double Book of Moon, 20 cards, running a Showdown. Notably running 2-2-2 or 2-2-2-2. Interesting ratios there. Excuse me? What are we running Spell Shattering Arrow for? Sulfa, so it's literally just an anti-pend card. Interesting. Stephen Freshy running Machina Orchist, 3 effects, running 1 and 3 on the Machinas. Notably, we are not running Mermaid, we're running Babel instead. Triple Crow in the main deck. Oh, that is... So triple Lancia, triple Cosmic, double Chalice. Not bad, not bad. We got JoJo's deck list. This is going to be the 30 card rapid trigger version. So you'll notice we're maxing out all the good rockets here. So 12 total. Double rapid trigger, one Necro Fusion. We're going all in on the Chalice, 2 of the Warning Point, your limit 3s, your Needle Ceilings. Notably, we're going 2-1, 2-3 on the different summoning types. We're electing to run a Phoenix here. I'm not sure how I feel about the Phoenix, but looking clean. Extra deck, double Book of Moon, triple Cosmic, triple System Down. Any other deck list worth looking at? Erase with the... So this is a very free-to-play friendly deck list, by the way. So if any of you want to play Sulfachord free to play, here's something to look at. This is very nice to see. Making it to the top 16 with free to play Sulfachord. Apparently not running the side deck either. Oh yeah, that's right. He said he wasn't running one. Not bad, not bad. Like it. We have Judai's deck list. I think this is going to be very similar. Yeah, this is going to be, in fact, almost identical. The only difference from JoJo's list is we're running triple warning point, double chalice instead of triple chalice, double warning point. I think we're playing Malevolent Sin over Rebellion as well. Side deck, double Chaos Hunter, double Lancia, double Crow, Mind Control, another IDP. Here is the Red Eyes deck list, which did extremely well today. So Lancia, this is a mess of a deck, but it did well. Very nice. I'm beginning to see a pattern here with these deck lists. Only 2 Tracer. I'm gonna guess we only own 2. Why would you not play 3 Tracer? Looking pretty standard otherwise. Here is a 20 card list. Triple MST, triple book, IDP, and a 3rd copy of Needle Sealing. Here is Valk's mess of a deck list. I think this is the same deck list he ran in the single elimination that he won last week. Looks very similar, if not the same. We are running Spell Shattering, Cosmic, double Canadia, Shadow Imprisoning, double non-fusion area. Interesting. Did we ever use that? Huh. Oh, actually, that's worth looking at. We had Mech Knight Orchist. Here's a Gandora deck list for people to look at. Very clean. I think this is the, so here's the top 32 Starry Night. Looking like a bit of a free-to-play deck list. Very nice to see. Congratulations on making it to Top Cut in this meta. Unfortunately, the deck sort of suffers in the meta at the moment, but it is what it is. Here's a Trickstar deck list. Looking pretty standard. They've cut down on monsters a lot. Only 1 Licorice. Looks good otherwise. Here's an Onomat deck list. Onomat did not do as well today, but not bad. What happened to the Gadget deck? It got destroyed. Feels bad. Alrighty. There you have it. There's most of the deck lists. Once again, if you made it to the top 16, do try and help out, please. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of the 16 deck lists from you guys. That does help a lot. But if you have not yet sent in the deck list, do try and do so. Any who don't send it in, though, I will try and fill it out later tonight. With that said, we're going to go ahead and bring today's tournament to a close. I will be in contact with the people who won today so that they can get their prizes. The article should probably be on the website, I'd guess tomorrow, with the top 16 deck lists. Very good tournament today. I had a lot of fun with this one. People brought the spice today, and then people played the hell out of some of these non-Orcus decks to get them to the top cut. A lot of fun. Yeah. Who do we have on today that I can raid? Boop, 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 boop. Take care, guys. Not really seeing anyone I recognize to raid. Yep, tournament tomorrow, 6 a.m. Eastern. Join the Discord and you can join in. We'll go raid Scyther. He's not doing anything Duel Links related, but he's always been super cool, so we'll raid him. Later, guys. Take care.